Hello and welcome to a little bit of a late night stream, as usual. Are we continuing some more Donkey Kong 64? We're in the last island, or not last island, last level now. So we just got a bit of creepy castle. I think we got roughly like 12 to 20 bananas to still collect before being able to enter Hideout Helm, which they should be fairly easy to be able to get. All things considered, this is going to be played on the NSO app with the NSO N64 controller. Interesting enough, this resets every time you restart the app. You can see here, don't have all of them yet, but we are starting to get farther and farther with the banana fairies and stuff like that. Time to go to game 2. 42%. I actually had 90, so I only need 10 more. Yeah, let's get right into it. Alright, so last time we completed Crystal Caves, which is up there. So this time we gotta go over to Creepy Castle, which is behind that little floating island. Honestly, if I want to, I can always just go into here, which I'm going to start off with first, just to give me a little bit of warm-up. So I was playing with the SNES controller earlier today. And I'm just going to get some of the easy bananas here, because it's very easy to grab just a bunch here. I don't remember if I had already collected this one or not, but I'm going to find out. Right, yep, already did. Hopefully this sounds alright tonight. Hopefully it's not too loud, anything like that. I did turn it up a bit for Super Metroid, but I can lower it down just a little bit unless somebody says something. Actually, what I can do is I can open that thing up with Tiny Kong. I believe I already have now that I realize it. But I still actually gotta collect the banana medals as well, so that's another important thing. If I look here, I don't believe I have enough banana medals. Now I need a lot more, so it is worth actually going back and revisiting these old levels. Thankfully, a lot of the stuff, obviously, on level 1 is going to be fairly easy. There's not really going to be much of a challenge at all. But the thing that is going to be a little time-consuming is just collecting all the colored bananas for each one. As I still got to get 9 more medallions. There we go. That's nice. Yeah, I've played through this game. I'd probably say I've beaten this game about like 30 times. But yeah. So I gotta collect these bananas, get this one. I feel like Chunky Kong's got some of the easiest bananas to collect in this area. Hey, welcome in, Merc. Hope your day's going well so far. Oop, Adzy's favorite number. Two. Now I've done that, I can just kill myself. His favorite. Interesting thing, they got Tiny Kong's coins down here when she doesn't have literally anything else to do down there. And another banana for him is going all the way to this previous area where you have to break this down as Rambi. And then just like all the other Kongs, there's one that's like hidden up in the mountains that you have to go collect. There we go. So his is all the way up there. And what's even more of a pain with Chunky Kong is you have to actually run all the way there yourself. You can't actually just use the teleporter. Fun fact as well, if you hold down B while you're swimming on the surface, you actually move a bit faster. here's how usually I get to that top area. There we go. Yeah, so only one more for him, and that would be, the snide blueprint. Which I already have, so I can just turn that in right now. Also, while this cutscene plays out, I have to go grab, some headache meds real quick. I don't know what happened. I turned the lights on, and I immediately started getting, like, a headache, so I gotta, grab some real quick, so I'll be right back. There we go, I'm back. I have no idea what the hell that was. It was like, I got the stream started, I got everything set up, I was feeling great. Got the lights turned on, and I was like, okay, cool. Ready to roll out. Started stream, I looked directly up into my little light beam, and like I got an instant headache. Like, oh, come on. Alright, so yeah, that's all 5 of Chunky's. He's probably the easiest Kong to get stuff for in this level. I have to assume they probably designed it that way because he's kind of like a victory lap, and you get to see some last little cool things in the level. But that should double up for Lanky too. I think Lanky... Well, I already did a few things with Lanky Kong, I believe. Too. The only thing I didn't do with Diddy Kong is his, minecart. Check this real quick. Okay, I already got everything for her. So yeah, honestly, I don't really need to do anything too much further than that. Because it's so easy just to get 5 bananas in the last world. But I wanted to grab the extra blueprints and get some extra bananas along the way, because I don't believe anyone else has... Yeah, Diddy and Lanky, they don't have their medallions, so I'll get that real quick and I'll start rolling out the Creepy Castle. Lanky's got a fairly easy banana up that way too. Just remembering where exactly his final bananas are. I have a feeling if it's around 70, his last few would actually be up in Warp Pad 2. First off, could be right here. There it is. And then I think he's still got like the remaining bananas up at that top area too. But yeah, I got everything there. Hey, welcome in, Grim. Now I just gotta get Lanky. Lanky's got 57. Ooh, my number. I hope you're doing well tonight and hope your feet are doing good. So get this. Honestly, I don't need to get these, but it's still fun just collecting stuff. Ah, it would have been important if I shot that. Hopefully that headache kind of starts dying down a bit soon. Holy shit, that thing was like painful. It still is a bit painful. Just shot up out of nowhere. A little bit of pain. Thankfully, the other areas I got sunburn aren't that bad. Ah, okay. As funny as it sounds, I think this is probably my favorite level in the game. This is a nice, very consolidated map. Poor horse, he came in for my live stream this morning when I was doing Super Metroid, and he had came in as I was leaving. Also, I'm pretty sure this room is like stupidly easy because you can just use like a music instrument, I think. Yep, pretty much. DK randomizer actually removes the ability to use instruments in here because it's just so easy to cheese. Because by the time you get Lanky Kong anyway, you're already going to have the ability to use instruments, so it just completely trivializes this room. Alright, let's see if I can... Oh, no. She's stuck in this little wall. There we go, first shot. It's amazing how much faster the camera actually loads the images now. Ooh. You know what, I'll get the extra balloon just for good luck. I already got enough, but I'll just grab this. So used to the faster balloons. There we go. But yeah, poor horse, he like came in, he's like, oh, I'm excited. He's like, oh, naked stream. And then, like, as he was saying that, I was like wrapping up shop and about to go offline. But yeah, I was just doing like 2-hour morning stream, Super Metroid, because I wanted to test out the NSO SNES controller. And it's pretty cool, I like it. Generally SNES controllers aren't usually something I'll go to. But, I figured it's like, oh, it'd be cool to just have one. Have one that's like wireless, that is. I've got 4 SNES controllers and then 2 third-party SNES controllers. Alright, yeah, so realistically, I've got everything here that's actually important. Let me check real quick to see what islands or what levels I can get some quick bananas in. Yeah, like some of these levels I can easily get stuff with. What are we looking at right now? We are looking at 9 out of 40, so we need 6 more. Normally I get this stuff way earlier on, but I was kind of just blowing through the levels because I wanted to play it a little bit differently. Is normally how I play through is I scrape each level apart until I'm ready to like fully have as much as I want completed done. Unless I need to go back later on for like new abilities and shit like that, like Fungi Forest. But this time I was kind of like, I wanted to go like minimalist to an extent of just seeing how quickly I can blow through the levels with collecting like the bare minimum. And collect some extra stuff as Chunky Kong. Give it a nice little victory lap. Funny enough, I'm pretty sure I didn't even do the Rareware arcade coin. Or not the Nintendo arcade coin. No, I did not. Ugh. Very weirdly designed level. Lots of hallways. And it's funny too, because certain sections of this level too, do not loop back into each other, even though they try to convince you they do. This specific pole that you can climb up where Tiny's splat is, if you notice, there is a little black screen that goes in between climbing from the below to up, and that's because it essentially teleports you to the other side of the map. We get some stuff for Diddy Kong. This was also a level I couldn't find a chunk of when I was young, which was the R&D room. I don't know why, I just could not find it for the life of me. And it's fairly easy, all you gotta do is just look for the entrance that has a door to it, but I don't know. Younger me was not good at finding things. Yeah, so I still gotta do the DK arcade. Honestly, I'll probably just use the save state shit for it. That arcade shit's just genuinely miserable for me. So, let's just get that out of the way. Let's get the worst part out of here. I've got no shame in using it. Plus, I'm still reviewing the NSO emulator, so I can justify it with that. The fact that they make you do this twice, too, is just diabolical. Holy shit. The worst thing is just... You didn't see that. The worst thing is just how unpredictable those... I'm streaking. How unpredictable those damn barrels are. I was actually surprised I got that, like, pretty much first try if I didn't, like, do that. Alright, at least I'm safe here. There we go. The worst level in the game, and I think the worst level in Smash Bros. Wild that they saw this thing and was like, yeah, this thing's shit. Let's make a whole level out of it. Also, if you can see, there's no speed to or there's no momentum. So if you just drop off the ledge, you just fall directly down. It's still wild to me that, like, oops, that the there we go. The test run for this is like the warm up is the one life. Like, you feel like the warm up should be multiple lives, and the challenge should be one life, not reversed. Holy shit! He faked me out. There we go. Oh, get this shit out of here. So what do we think is going to be in the new Nintendo Direct tomorrow? Or I guess in, what, 9 hours? There we go. There's that stupid ass coin. I don't fully know what we're gonna see. Because there's just been so many bangers after bangers being announced by other companies this year. I feel like Nintendo isn't going to be the one that sweeps people from under their feet. Even if their Direct ends up being, like, really good. It's just such an impressive lineup this year. You know what, let me try and do this first. Oh my fuck. We didn't see that. Get some of these extra areas out so we can just focus on the main last level. I'd also be curious if they ever did another N64 Classic. It would be wild if they just announced the N64 Classic during this little time frame, now that the N64 is kind of having like a big resurgence. I don't think they would, but like, I feel like if they were to do it at any point, it would be now. There we go. I believe this banana counts unreliable too, because this is pulling from how many remains from you feeding the two blowjob brothers. So Tiny's got bananas up there. Mickey's got some, and Donkey Kong's got a Kasplat. And I'm not worried about any golden bananas anymore. So there's no timers I gotta worry about up here. It was nice playing through some Super Metroid earlier. I was almost debating on doing that or DK64 tonight, but I was like, I figure I may as well do DK64. Get that all finished up, and then I can move on to more games. Lanky's is all the way over there. It's insane that the platforming gets this extreme for World 3. I don't really think any other level gets this precise of platforming in the rest of the game. So how many left? 40. I need another 35 from him. Stuff for Chunky Kong up there. It's back this way. I believe he's got some over here, I think. Yep, there's Balloon. Oh, cool. What does it leave left? That leaves Diddy Kong, Chunky. Yeah, Diddy and Chunky. So they're... Diddy's fairly close, so I can easily get him. Yeah, he's got two in there. He's got three in here. Get the last one for good luck. There we go.
Okay.
How many left now that we need? We need 3 more. I should go to Angry Aztec because I think there's one that's actually easy to grab. Let's see. Donkey Kong. If not, I could always just go back to Funky Forest because that's such a fun level. Easily my favorite in the game. That and Jungle Japes. And honestly, if I want to, I can collect the remaining few in Creepy Castle, but I figure I may as well just get as many in the easier levels first. It was that easy. Diddy Kong also should be fairly easy too. Yeah, 68. And 69, nice. So Chunky Kong and Diddy Kong will be easy. Let me go get Chunky Kongs first. So I shit you not, like Chunky Kongs is like exclusively inside here. I don't know why, but this is probably one of my favorite areas in the whole game. There we go. There we go. Yeah, that realistically should just leave me at just 1 now, I think. No, it leaves me at 15 exactly. Yeah, okay, cool. I'll move on to Creepy Castle now. I'll get my final upgrades from Cranky there. Let's go in as Donkey Kong. And we can start finishing out that whole last level. Oh, I just jumped when I was starting to fall. I believe, yeah, there's a Lanky Kong thing up there. I believe there's one last thing of dirt for him too. And then Diddy Kong's a splat. Also interesting to kind of have like a gate that opens that doesn't have like a little cutscene that plays out. Hit him with the nuke. There we go. The right, was it 80? Yep, it was 80. Yeah. I think I need 400 bananas for this level. And 3 more bananas, which is going to be super easy. You can easily get, I think, 1 or 2 in the hideout helm area, like the beginning section. Before, like, the doors, or before the actual level itself. Also, it's really interesting that, like, it resets your settings every time you relaunch the NSO app. So the cutscenes start playing out, despite you toggling them off. Also, only time in the game you really see that, claptrap. I'm gonna get my Donkey Kong now. I'm gonna grab Donkey Kong and I'm gonna restart the level. Die time. There we go. That little bridge is such a nightmare if you have a bad joystick. The joysticks I had as a kid was worn down the hell, and it was such a pain to try to, like, platform my way over walking on that. Observe. This is also a really fun level. I feel like this is kind of where they do the separated Kong collectibles the best at. There we go. I believe the first 50 bananas for DK is just this walkway, and then the remaining 50 is like tiny Kongs. And it gives you a nice little walkthrough of the whole map. This little lower area here too, I couldn't figure out where it was as a kid because I kept platforming over it because I was afraid of falling. Also, one of the worst things you can have in a brand new randomizer is having the cops be on these bridges and you still don't have, like, any sort of, like, weapon yet. It's so hard to get past them if that's the case. Also, a little bit of Addams Family music too. But yeah, there's tiny Kongs, so I'm gonna warp back, swap out Kongs. Also, for those who may not know, this is actually a remixed theme of the DK arcade. Just amazing and wild how they were able to get it sounding so distinct. Cranky Kong. I'll come back to him later. final ground slam. There's Lanky's and Chunky's section. I didn't know until very recently, like in the last like 2 years, that you can break down this door. I thought this was just set dressing for this whole thing, for the inner greenhouse maze. But no, that's for Chunky Kong. I didn't realize that until I was going through the NoClip website. And I was like, holy shit, that's actually really cool. It's like there's still things I missed out on. Another thing was the Chunky Kong drunk room in Gloomy Alien, but that's because I fucking hate that level. I avoid that thing like the plague. I was like, okay, yeah, that does make sense why I missed that. It's impressive how good these clouds look. It was always jarring. It even freaked me out a little as a kid, just how nice they looked compared to the rest of the game. Because the game looks beautiful, but you can tell, like, it's a whole art style, and it's a whole limitation. But the clouds just look very, very detailed, which I know it's just a bunch of, like, transparent textures over each other and stuff, but it's still impressive. Everything else in this game looks rigid, but that looks soft. So there's her 50. And then I believe there is, yep, dirt behind here. Also, it's very impressive how good this runs up here. This is one of the areas that runs in like 5 FPS on console. Like this level in particular is notorious for being a terrible, terrible frame rate. So it's most impressive. Oh shit, I didn't do that. Cool. I've got all that now. Time to visit Cranky Kong. There's a little booty that, like, you can't go here with, they don't have, like, a little, tag barrel. So you can easily swap Kongs to get whatever else you need. But I guess, to be fair, all you do need is just the ground pound. You can realistically complete this whole thing and get the reward in just this first level. Which is what I like to do, because it's just so much easier. Oh, shit. Me and a good childhood friend, we used to sit and play this and just laugh at the little fart sound effects. It's funny, there's a point in time where Rare was using Jetpack as kind of like their mascot for some reason. You know, that's fair enough, but it's like, it's just funny. And I think, like, after Perfect Dark Zero, they kind of dropped using it. So if I wanted, I could just sit like this. believe this even may be effective. Let's go in here. Oh, there's a rareware coin. Yep, you can complete it right here. Thank fuck, it's so much easier than the Donkey Kong one, which is wild because I love this one infinitely more than the Donkey Kong arcade. So yeah, now all I gotta do is just die. I've got everything completed. And you get multiple lives too. Like imagine if they just gave you one life or some shit like that. This is wild. I actually gotta add that to my tier list. Impossible, you must have cheated. I get the final upgrade in the game. Some of these ground slams actually become downgrades in a way, because they're way slower to execute. Like, I believe if I was to attempt that stupid, like, ghost tomato challenge again, Lanky Kong has such a slower ground pound, it's unreal. Okay, so what do I want to do now? I'm going to attempt to do some of these. I know there's a bunch of bananas in each one of these. And also, you can just use your music instrument to destroy everything in this room. Completely obliterates the challenge. I feel like there's more bananas in here. Could be wrong. Nothing over there? Nope. The randomizer's rotted my brain. You know what? I'm actually just gonna use this to swap Kongs. Let's do Chunky Kong first. So let's see how many bananas it's required. 400. Yep. I was right on that. But yeah, for the longest time, I never knew this existed. I believe this is also one I can just do this. There's two outcomes to being able to do this challenge, I believe. So one is surviving against the bats and then breaking this and going invisible. And the second one is just killing them. And as you can see, the former, or the latter, I guess, is just so much easier. I was surprised I'd never seen that before. At some point too, I have to show off my original, what's it called? Guidebook for this game. It's wild because they had like, I don't know if they just made renders of their own or what, but they have screenshots of like the overhead of like the worlds. But I think it was like, it was so intensive they had to remove all the textures from it. Also, you can straight up beat this without doing the handstand if you just know exactly where you're going, but it's still nice to have it. Banana 100. Now I just need to get the rest of the bananas itself. And then there's also a, what's it called? A battle crown that appears. The actual bananas. I may have gotten them all, so I can just do that battle crown and then dip. All you need is 4 battle crowns in total for the final area, but it's still fun to do. Honestly, this is just the strat for this level. Oh, shit. There we go. Because the splats are just such a pain to take out. I don't know why I lost my... Oh, you're shitting me. Oh, fuck it. That should have been giving me my, my charge there. Fuck that. There we go. I believe I gotta go this way out. Nope, wrong way. Oh, okay, I know where I'm at now. Nah, I'm not gonna bother getting that, never mind. Just by the time I went and got that handstand, I would have already been out anyway. Yeah, so that's banana 100. Let's go up to the top. Actually, it may be worth going down to the bottom area first. Get Funky Kong's upgrade and some shit like that. I think Candy Kong's got one more upgrade for me too. We'll go in here as Chunky Kong. This would be such an amazing game to see get like a ability to play online with other people one day. Imagine if you were stuck with like, it could be a little boring, but imagine if you like could only play as like one Kong each person, and you had to go around and do the specific stuff, like almost Mario 64 style. But I can already see people not liking having to play as like Chunky Kong because he's just slow and he doesn't really have anything going on. Let's get the last upgrade here. Honestly, you never really need the music upgrades because, like, you just get so many. Claude, turned my electricity back on at home. That shit was so funny. It was like, Graz, like, it's like, alright, time to play the rest of the game. Instant power outage. Yeah. And then it stayed up for 72 hours in his memory. That's wild that he couldn't even have access to turning it off either. Also, for a final level, this is one of the easiest challenges ever. It's just make Donkey Kong's face, but you have a enemy that respawns that is like one of the weakest enemies in the game. And also by the time that you do this... Oh, I fucked up. I gotta go the long way back. Yeah, by the time he comes back, you've already done most of it. And then you kill him again. And rinse and repeat. There you go. There's no timer, nothing like that. Context, all my internet traffic on my phone routes through the home internet. If I lose home internet or power, I have to turn that feature off on my phone. Oh. So did you actually lose power? Oh, fuck. I thought you were just making the joke from the other stream. So used, oh, there it is. I'm so used to the tag anywhere mod now, that I forget where these are actually placed. Actually, let me get some of these bananas. I no longer need to get the banana medals, but I do still need to get the bananas themselves. Work blocks things like Twitch, that's why I have a VPN at home. Oh, interesting. I don't know if my work blocks anything. I just use data. Alright, I've already was here as Donkey Kong. There we go. Diddy Kong, I believe, needs the homing, or not the homing ammo. He needs the scope. So I actually won't be able to do Diddy Kongs for now. This other one, I think, is Lanky? I think. Yeah. Yeah, that ground pound is, like, awful. There we go. Honestly, I don't need to get any extra bananas from him there. But I will grab these things for Diddy. It's back now. Thankfully, the offices, I don't have any issue getting data connection to. But, whenever I'm in, like, the coolers and freezers and shit like that, that's when I don't have any connection whatsoever. This balloon has been imprisoned. Firing squad. Alright, now I just gotta get the things from Diddy Kong. It's interesting that all the K-Rool areas share similar instruments. This, like for example, this room shares similar instruments to Frantic Factory's R&D room. Whereas a lot of the Donkey Kong, like more natural island, or oh my god, I keep saying islands tonight. More natural levels share the same instrumental instruments too. A lot of the K-Rool sections are very like plucky and like electronic. Now, you're done here. This area used to scare the shit out of me as a kid because of the moaning. Horse dungeon. Oh shit, wrong Kong. Diddy Kongs. Obliterated him. You don't really see too much homing ammo, like, whatsoever in this game. You see them in little spots that are usually kind of hidden off, or, like, you have to go far for. But it's never enough to really be useful. And when you get your ammo replenished, you actually don't get your homing ammo replenished, just your base. Yep, there's the sniper mode. Normally would be completely useless. Outside of like 3, what's it called? 3 bananas, but like, may as well get it. Now, go here for Tiny. Horse dungeon. Yeah, the moans used to scare the shit out of me as a kid. This isn't the worst area. This is actually pretty decent. It's the other place that has like the bones in the wall and shit like that. I want to see if there's any bananas here. I don't think there is. Nah, not really worth getting. Let's see, where is that tag barrel? There it is. Here it is. Here's the area that used to freak me out. So that's Funky Kong. I believe 2 is for Donkey Kong, and then 1's for Diddy. Yep, I was right. Oh yeah, look how much of a pain the homing ammo is. And you can't toggle it either. Something really nice that the randomizer adds is the ability to toggle it on or off. You know what, for shits and giggles, I want to do this. This is a fun golden banana. Wait, what? Let me try this. I don't think you gotta do them in order. You just gotta do them in the line. Yeah, why did I take damage for the first time? You just gotta do the ones that are like circled. There we go. Oh man. They actually significantly make this level shorter in the randomizer if you toggle the option. So for this level, the reason why it's only 25 coins is for the fact that you only get these certain amount of coins. Fuck. And the fact that you have to play through the map in reverse. So if I miss coins here, I can just go back and get coins later. Oh, that was a little fucked. But this little one's really weird because it kind of just cuts off. And then it starts going in reverse. Curious if they originally intended for it to do that or what. It's weird. It just abruptly just is like, nope, you're going in reverse now. So you start going up this, like big skull wall, and then, oh, now you're going the other way. Now you just gotta take the remaining coins that you currently have and survive the rest of the thing. Oh, you fucked. As long as I'm not stupid, I should be able to get the rest of these. Unfortunately, I think this map's still broken to view in the NoClip website, because I'd love to know what this full level looks like. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Really cool. It's really atmospheric, but it's definitely like probably the least lacking designed. It's just a few hallways and then just a bunch of void. Which not everything needs to have like 10 out of 10 Mastercraft setup and backgrounds and stuff. It definitely fits its purpose. There's a reason why it's so limited. But, I definitely wish there was just a little more. I collect Diddy Kong's stuff here. This is probably one of the best areas in the randomizer, too, to get early on. You've got so much stuff to work with. Especially if you do the drop sanity, which is where... Oh my god, get the fuck out of the way. Drop sanity where, like, enemies can drop stuff like golden bananas, moves, and shit like that. Like, if you get that, like, you're cooking here, because there's so many enemies, especially for the Diddy Kong and Chunky Kong segments. So while I still got a little bit of a headache left, I'm gonna turn these lights off for now. Yeah, it's still, you still see it fine enough. It's late night anyway. So you're supposed to do these in order. But if you want the enemies and the extra bananas and shit, you're gonna want to purposely do it wrong. One of the few minigames that punishes you for doing things right. There we go. Gold banana pops out. And then I can just go back as Chunky. Chunky Kong also has a thing where it's just like, hey, if you're only going after the right thing, you get a little punished too. but I don't think it's as bad as Diddy Kong's, because like if you didn't know that they don't have stuff contained in there, you'd probably just think there's just enemies in there. But no. And there's Diddy Kong balloon I missed. I'd love to go through my original childhood save one day and try and complete as much as I can on that on stream. Because it's like 98% of the way there. It's got almost everything done. It just needs like a few balloons collected, or like a few bananas collected, and some golden bananas in like Galleon and shit. Oh, I missed. Oh, I missed. Yeah, so normally if you just go up here, here's what leads to the banana. Also like smorgasbord of like enemies here for a randomizer. It was vice versa. If you did these, but not the big one. This is also a fun one. Very similar to the bug squash one, except you just can't see. Oh, here we go. Yeah, fairly easy. Even for a last stage level. Pretty easy. Man, the lighting in this game's beautiful. It always blew me away of just how amazing this looked. And then, like, when I was real young, I didn't fully understand why other games didn't look as beautiful as this. Not realizing that this had came out, like, way later on, using an expansion pack, and is also made by Rare. Because Rare is always, like, top-notch with this shit. In a game, I feel like they're lacking in vertex shading stuff is, like, Diddy Kong Racing, I'd say. There we go. I'm nearly halfway there with every Kong now. Oh, somebody uses bananas. Yeah, except for Lanky Kong segment there, I've gotten everything technically done here. I do need to come back over this way to get, I believe, Tiny's? I think it's Tiny's, to splat. Yeah, but I can just take this up. swap Kongs and then go right back down. It's like right on this edge or some shit like that, I think. Right down here. And that's the entrance to the world, I believe. Alright, so let's see. How many have we got so far? 325, so we only need 75 more. Yeah, everyone collectively has 70 except Diddy Kong. Which I can get Diddy Kong 70 through his little ballroom area. Also, I believe this in Crystal Caves is one of the only 2 levels that actually require calling out of the map. Oh, that's death. If I recall, every other level... Also, there you go, you can see the other side. That's where, the Kasplat sits. I believe every other level besides the last 2 doesn't have map calling for like what you can, like if you can see where like the wall is, it'll always load in. Obviously the map's not loaded in all at once, but like for this in Crystal Caves, they're just so massive that like good portions of it just load out when you're exploring. Actually cool that you can look directly up and see everything here. I believe it's around warp 4. Back this way is where Diddy Kong's is, I think. Or it's up this way, because that's Chunky's. That's probably Diddy's. Yep, there it is. And here you just gotta kill all the enemies, which just doing this instantly does it for you anyway. love that it shows you the camera kind of instructing you what to do. But there's already a level in Crystal Caves that does this exact thing, and I don't think it shows you whatsoever. So very inconsistent with their the tutorial stuff. I believe this minigame is evil, I think. Wherever it's sitting. Where is it? There it is.
Welcome
yep.
to bonus stage.
It's 2 of these. I'll give it one try. Try to meet me, Frost. I should be relatively safe now. Yep. Oh, I was hoping I'd be able to drive by that thing on the way down. It stops there, okay. Yeah, everyone's currently sitting at 70. 350, so I just need another 50 more. Honestly, I should be able to get the rest with Tiny and Chunky Kong. Because Tiny has 2 little segments. If I quickly come out here, swap with her. That anymore. Also, for anyone watching that hasn't seen the news on this, we finally got a conclusion on what the answer was about that pillar over there. That pillar has been just like a gaming mystery for like a very long time. Nobody ever really knew what was going on with it. It speculated way bigger things, possibly something to do with like the ice key, or like it was missing a cutscene or something like that. And what it turned out to be is, yes, it was supposed to be for the crystal key and shit. I think it's Graham Norgate, I think, may have been the one that released a design docket on what this was supposed to be, because I believe there's a German magazine that showcased a golden Donkey Kong statue on here. And what it was supposed to be is you would collect the ice key through multiple levels, and you would transfer it all the way over to here, and when it was transferred, a golden DK statue would appear. They quite literally didn't really have any idea on what to do with the ice key. They were just like, they kept thinking of fun things that future games could incorporate transferring it over, that they didn't think about like, oh fuck, what could the reward actually be? So yeah, at one point it was going to be just a golden DK statue. They have it publicly. So that's... Did I just see that clip through the map? Oh, okay. I feel like that... This wall was like appearing in front of it. Interesting. If you're interested, I believe it's on their Twitter still. It should be still up. It was by one of the original heads of Rareware that released that info. Oh. The one thing Chunky Kong has working for him is his essentially float attack, or his jump attack. Lets him control his movements a bit better. But yeah, that was wild. I think that was like Christmas, like Christmas Day, that he dropped that. Get him with a big punch. Oh, never mind. I wonder if there's any hint on what this is supposed to be. I believe it's just like 213 or some shit like that. That one was wrong. Yeah, I don't fully know what the, if there's ever actually a hint here, unless it's just punch until you get the answer. 2, 3, 1, or no. Did you do it? Did you do it? Oh, come on. There we go. Overall, hands down, I'd probably say this is like the second best level in the game. Even if it's not my like top 2 favorite, I still recognize this as probably being like, it's either the best or it's the second best. Like this in Fungi Forest. But I think this level just ties itself together way better than most others. So how many are we sitting at now? We're sitting at 395, just need 5 more. Damn, coming to the end of this world already. So realistically, I do know where 5 more are. I can just get them as Diddy Kong. If I grab Diddy, go back over here. Is this Turtle teeter totter? No, this is the bug squash. I'll do this one. And then we can move on to the boss. You only ever see those bugs in there, and the trash can area is Tiny Kong, and I believe that's it. The randomizer makes more use of them because they introduce them as another flying enemy generally throughout the world. I believe for every flying enemy that exists, it's the bee, it's the mechanical bee, it's the like vampire bats, and then the bug, like the fly, and I think that's it. I'm pretty sure that's the only flying enemies in the game. And then for water enemies, it's just the starfish. There's a starfish in like a scuba tank. And then like the little puffish. And that's relatively it. There's nothing else for the water segments, I think. And then this boss fight, I believe, requires Lanky Kong for you to walk into the room. It's funny, I probably spent the most time on a level in Gloomy Galleon, and I was doing the least amount of stuff there. Oh, it's had a wicked sneeze. Holy shit. Yep, there's the last 85. Probably the most unique boss fight in the game. I'd say Puff Toss is probably second most unique, just because it's a unique mechanic you never use again. But yeah, you don't lose health in this one, you lose lives. Also, the only level I think that actually has just normal enemies in it. We have numerous of these puffish, and then the critters. Mikey kind of just moves way too slow. Also, interesting, I'm hearing a little bit of audio issues with this boss fight. Sounded like one of the instruments just kind of gave out. Should be on 2. And now he starts doing the wah-ha, wah-ha, wah-ha. Fuck! He was just too quick. There we go. This boss fight really does just feel like though, fuck! Oh, I fucked up. That K. Rool has genuinely ran out of like powerful opponents for you to face, so he's just throwing everything at you. Oh, I closed out too quickly. We got 2 Kongs left. I wish this camera would get off my dick. Oh, there we go. Got him. Honestly, the strat for it is just watch the other 3 and then walk behind you into the barrel next to you. But the camera's like just so clenched and like looking directly at your ass cheeks that you can't do anything else. You can also just straight up die in this this little section too. I believe you actually have to refight everything if you do die there. But yeah, that's a creepy castle for this playthrough. It quite literally just got the bare minimum requirement for that. Exactly 400. Got a few other golden bananas. Didn't need to, but I still love collecting them anyway. It took a lot of restraint out of me for this run not to collect more. To my knowledge, I've gotten everything that's required. So, I've got the coins, I got both of them, I got all 7 keys so far, I've gotten 5 crowns, all you need is 4, you just need 100 golden bananas, and that's honestly enough time to be able to do all the minigame shit in the final hideout helm. But now this will open up the final section. I will need to go talk to Snide first, just because I need to actually deposit my blueprints. Now that I've done that, let me go up to his castle. Drop down here. So that's how many blueprints we currently have. Looks like I didn't have any for Donkey Kong. Do for some Diddy. Numerous bananas. Damn, 4 levels worth. Let's see what he's got. Yeah, nearly every level. Damn. I think he was just missing Fungi Forest. Quickly glancing at that, I think that's the only level that he did not get. Part of me's kind of debating on saving the last helm and K. Rool fight for its own stream, and maybe doing some more Super Metroid tonight. But I have to check to make sure that like my overlay and stuff works for Super Metroid. So I got most of that. I've been kind of feeling a little bit more Super Metroid. Just because K. Rool's boss battle could either go on for like 20 minutes or like an hour to 2 if you're not careful. Yeah, that should be the last Kong, I believe. But yeah, I could always go over and swap over to some Super Metroid too. You know, that's every blueprint we've collected so far. Surprisingly, I did not collect a lot for Donkey Kong. Starting with Frantic Factory. It actually looks like the one Diddy Kong did not collect for was Fungi Forest, which is, I know exactly where it's at. It's the Kasplat inside the giant mushroom. I did not get that one for him. And then as well as Chunky Kong and Angry Aztec. And then Angry Aztec's also the only one I can get for Tiny. Tiny's is actually really easy to get in there. You literally cannot miss that Kasplat. And then there's that. I believe that's the stupid Batty Barrel Bandit or whatever the hell it's called. The slot machine one. But yeah, gotten through every level now. Besides technically Hideout Helm. But that's less of a level and more of just like a little gauntlet. There's nothing else I generally need for the entire rest of the game besides just completing Helm. So I could save that. I'm probably going to save that for a second stream, but we can swap over to some Super Metroid now for like an hour or so. Okay, let me save that. And then to show off once again, I am playing on the Nintendo Switch emulator. At some point, I'll have to visit some of these other games on the NSO. Because sometimes it's just fun kind of playing on a random console. Yeah, for that, what I can do is I have my SNES controller here. I'll continue some more playthrough with this. It's actually been fairly fun. Let's do that real quick. Pair this up. I do wish they had a start button, or not a start button, a home button on this that you could easily just like power the controller on. Well, let's go with some Super Metroid. Let me change this up as well. Give me just 1 second. There we go. What I was doing the other day, or I guess this morning, is I'd been playing through using my 4x3. So I could swap to that. Give me just 1 second. Close this up. There we go. That looks better. Let me test out the chat, make sure the chat's working. Yep, perfect. But this game has been a lot of fun revisiting. So I can turn on one of these lights again. I've gone through a good chunk of this yesterday. I've finally just gotten back up here. I still need to get the grapple hook and shit like that. But I did a general sweep of this beginning area. I even found and went up through the secrets. Thanks to somebody who had popped in this morning. They showed me how to get both of the secret items in one go. But yeah, let's continue on. This is personally one of my favorite Metroidvanias ever. I wouldn't say it's my favorite Metroid game ever. I'd probably say Zero Mission is. But this game is phenomenal. Like, I used to play a shit ton of this long time ago. I used to, like, complete it, and then I just start playing again on, like, a fresh save. But the last time I had played through this was probably 2019. Because I had wanted to give myself a long pause between playing through it for the first time again, because it got to a point that I was remembering, like, nearly everything. It's one of those games you can only experience once. So while there is a lot that I don't remember, there is things I do, like always remembering getting the Spazer Beam and shit like that. There's just some, like, core memories to this game. I am gonna go over here real quick and get that energy tank I couldn't reach earlier. This game's also really fun through randomizers. Collected that now. There's generally nothing I really think you can do. Down here at the moment. Pretty sure that just locked you off to a wall. Can't actually just explore any farther than that. You gotta go back up and go through that way and back through. I'm also rocking the default controls for this game. I think this is the first time I've not edited the game's default controls. So, do bear with me. I do kind of forget where things are placed. Like, I forget my jumps here. I'm used to my jump being here. I'm used to this being my shoot, and then this kind of being my run. Because I like my Y button being my shoot. Also amazing that this game, for its time, allowed you to rebind keys. I don't think there's, like, any games really from this era that lets you rebind stuff like that. There may be different control options, but not to a point that you can just completely rebind shit. I think that's one reason why this game holds up so well to this day, too. It's just, it's very accessible. I can't go that way. I gotta go higher up. One thing that's always really cool too that doesn't really get showcased too much is the ability to use different like special abilities. I think you got to use up a power bomb, I believe. But you're able to do stuff like regenerate health or like screen nuke everything and shit like that and do like different special attacks. I think it's like you have to charge up your beam and then you go into that and you'll do different things depending on what you have currently equipped. There was one point in my life where I was working on actually making video games until I realized how unbelievably hard it was. Like I'd still been like in high school at this point, and I was just doing it as like a little side project thing. And this game is what inspired me to try to make video games. Because my original first project was a Metroidvania. And I had made all the pixel art, I had made the art for like the first few bosses, and a bunch of like the background props and shit like that. And then going into the coding stuff is when I was like, oh fuck, this is way beyond what I'm capable of. It's just a bathroom. Unfortunately, the little bit of that project that I had worked on has just been lost to time. We'll probably go in there now. What does this needs you to run, I think. Oh fuck. There's only 2 reserve tanks, right? I believe so. Got the first one. I don't think there's anything... Oh, shit. Here we go. I don't think there's anything farther than this. Oh. I'm looking at this wrong. Absolute bangers of songs. Game has like such amazing music. So I did that. What am I missing from this? Is it something I actually dropped down from this? Yep, there we go. I just completely jumped right over that. Also, is it too loud? Is it too quiet, Merc? Let's see. Room. Missiles. Looks like I haven't actually gotten those missiles yet. I'll go back and grab them. There's a lot that I actually missed here. Oh, it's just missile resupply. I was about to be like, to an extent, I didn't remember there being like icons for that. And it's like, oh, there isn't. It's for that. my mistake. There we go. Got plenty of power bombs back from that. Oops, wrong thing. Oh, I got power bomb back. That works. Smoked. There we go. I know, right? Genuinely amazing. I believe now I can just go back and grab item there. Mm-hmm. And it's amazing too, because it's just like, I believe that area you can just completely skip. I like the fact that it's just a little hidden piece of world building. Hey, welcome in, Grot. Good seeing you. Let me attempt to get this again. There we go. I can just taking damage if I stop doing that. Oh, dude, I was just talking about it earlier. It's just like, I wonder what they can announce. I think it's actually 7 hours for me now. Yeah, they'll announce they rebought Rare. I'm like, dude, like, genuinely, like, with how many things that just got announced already, it's just like, what could Nintendo add that, like, would wow people? Like, I think even if Nintendo has a good Direct, people still be like, look, we've already got, like, there's already so many things that's been announced. It's gonna really take a lot for them to have something special, which obviously, like, having something like a new Zelda or shit like that, Would. Yeah, it's 8 hours. I'll be at work. Fucking the one shift. The one shift that Direct has to be on, it's the one I can't fucking watch. I'll be in bed. Can't remember. Is there a way to actually... Is there anything inside this? Am I wasting time doing this? There we go. Got it. Fucking hands sweaty. But alright, we need horse. When the world needed him most, he went to bed. Alright, let's see, where are we going to go now? Back down this way, unlock some of these extra rooms. I wonder if I can get this. The zero mission wall jump still fucks me up to this day. Oh, got the first one. There we go. I love how much shit in this game you can kind of just cheese and, like, do out of order. My first stream for this this morning for me, I straight up got through and beat, I think I, like, went through Kraid, everything like that, got the Varia suit before I even got the charge beam. Yeah, I won't be able to get anything in here. I don't remember what that's for. Let me try using this, see what this may be hiding. Can this actually unlock? Can I actually unlock this with that? I don't think I can unlock these doors with the power bomb. No, I gotta come back. Is there anything else over this way I may be missing at the moment? Directly behind me something. Yeah, let me go back and do those. Or I have to walk all the way around the map again. I'm curious of what the alleged Super Metroid remake's gonna look like. It's funny, I didn't even plan on streaming the Super Metroid to go in line with the alleged leak. I just started playing and I was like, oh right, there is that coming up. Allegedly. But the same leaker was right about the Star Fox 64 remake and shit like that. So who knows? I still remember when somebody did a mock-up fake trailer for Super Metroid Remaster on 3DS. And I remember people believing it was real at first, but it was like the one thing that looked off was the jump. They just didn't nail the jump right. It just did not look good. And it was like, I remember it was like discussing with friends. It's like, yeah, they'd never put like a 2D Metroid on the 3DS. And I think it was like a year later was AM2R was announced or some shit. It's like, oh fuck, not AM2R, Samus, whatever the fuck it was called, like Samus Returns or like Return of Samus or some shit. Whatever the 3DS remake was. They're fairly similar in names, just in a different order. Alright, yeah, I don't know how to get to that yet. I'll probably need the shoot through. So I'll go down the normal way once more. Time for the best song in the game again. I don't know what you know what? I'd probably say my favorite song in this game is the Mother Brain Battle. I fucking love that song. It's so powerful. I'd probably say that's my favorite one. Also, I'll show this off. I think it's this. Fuck, what's the ability? How do you do it again? Not that, obviously. Remember, there's something specifically you gotta do. Unless it's like you can only have one of these on at a time. We turn these off. Oh no, that wouldn't make sense. Hey, welcome in. Good seeing ya. This? There we go. Yeah, stuff like that. Just little hidden mechanics and shit. It's just so cool. Let me reattempt this room after since I finished showing that off. But yeah, shit like that just what makes this game feel so alive. There's so many like unique little things. I don't think there's anything there. So I think I just come back here later once I get the grapple. There we go. Let me turn my abilities back on. I've played this game for over a decade. I haven't... The last time I played it, I purposely waited a long time before I played it again. I used to play this, like, not weekly, but I'd say it's like, I'd probably play, like, every few months or so. Since, like, 2013, I want to say. But the last time I had played was 2019, because I'd wanted to genuinely forget as much as I could before going back to it again, so I could re-experience the game for as much as I could for a first time again. Just such a wonderful and phenomenal game. It's one of my favorite, like, platformers ever, and one of my favorite franchises. Oh, it's wonderful, because I was playing through it so many times, and I was like, I'm having a blast every time, but I'm like, I really, really want to be able to go through and play as, like, I don't retain, like, a lot of that information so I can experience it all again. There is going to be things that, like, I forever remember. Like, some core video game memories for me is blowing up that, that one glass room, that little glass hallway into Meridia, and, like, falling through the fake out pit, and some other things. Just forever just ingrained. Oh yeah, getting the Spazer. That one's always ingrained in me. But for generally overall, there is, like, a good amount of stuff I've forgotten. Which makes me very happy. It's so good, because I still remember a first time going back and forth being like, oh man, how do I get into this? How do I do this? And then it was like, I saw this. I think there's a cracked area in another location. I was like, wait a minute. I can hit it with this. And it was the first time that shattered. I was like, holy shit. Just blew me away. I never got around to a point where I was speedrunning the game, but I was going through, like, fairly quickly. And then for this run too, I've been kind of playing a little out of order. Like, I had defeated, like, Kraid, and I'd gotten power bombs and everything like that before I even got, like, the charge beam. Oh, shit. I forget how clunky the water feels at first until you get the upgrade. Or it makes you feel like you're swimming through water. I'll be getting that. But yeah, I recently bought a the Nintendo Switch Online SNES controller too, and I was wanting a good game to test with it, and I was like, you know what, I think this would be like a perfect game for that. I feel that. For me, I used to speedrun a game called Perfect Dark. Um, and like, it's fun to speedrun it, but then you kind of forget to like, why you fell in love with the game in the first place with like missing out on a bunch of details and stuff. I'm currently just stuck in this. Oh yeah, it's especially now. I'd stopped speedrunning it about like a decade ago. But that game can be very challenging to speedrun. Oop. There we go. I don't think I'm going to attempt being in this room any further. Ah, fuck. Not mean to go back in here. But it's been an absolute blast playing through this game again. If one day Nintendo makes online lobbies for a game like Perfect Dark. Hey, fun fact. Currently, somebody who is currently watching the stream, me and him have been working hard on getting Perfect Dark Netplay working for the PC port. He's doing all of the technical stuff, but I've been helping, like, playtest. But yeah, for Perfect Dark, we're about to have a whole thing for Netplay. It's technically playable now. It's got some caveats. Things that need just general fixes. But yeah, thankfully, he's been hard at work getting everything set up. But yeah, like being able to reliably have like a good net play just for overall N64 stuff would be amazing. Because for like the Perfect Dark, or not Perfect Dark, the GoldenEye community, we use... There we go. The GoldenEye community, we use what's called AQZ and RMGK, and they're phenomenal for net play stuff, but like Perfect Dark and DK64 have always kind of struggled. Let's see, is there anything else I'm missing? Try going back here. Of course I know him, he's me. But yeah, the Perfect Dark PC port is having a full overhaul for its netplay branch. So co-op will be eventually playable. Multiplayer is currently like, I wouldn't say like what 99 or 95% polished, you'd say, Merc. It's still got some caveats, but it's mostly functional. On top of a bunch of like new modes and stuff. Yeah, it would be under the Red Vox 57 Productions, if interested. Hey, thank you. At some point too, I'll be showing updated streams for the Perfect Dark PC branch too. I'll show off some of the new modes live on stream, like the Tony Hawk Graffiti mode. and a few other stuff. Like, we'll get some net play matches going. I'll show off the server browsers and everything like that. Net play is 99% done. Virtual private servers a good 50%. Yeah, understandable. How's that shit going? Is it still giving you problems? Yeah, I was talking about it earlier because I was playing through some Donkey Kong 64 just before I started doing Super Metroid. It would be so amazing to one day see like a PC port for it and get the treatment that like Super Mario 64 has, where it's just like you could play with multiple Kongs, like you have other people playing around and like going through worlds and collecting shit at the same time as you are. That would be like a dream come true. Let's see, so I go over that way. Yeah, so 3 new game modes are fun: graffiti zones and framework for a racing mode. Yeah, I was talking about it, I can't remember who I was talking about it to, but the framework for the racing modes in play, we just need actual stuff for it. So it's not really a functional game mode for standard multiplayer maps, but it's more like for a future project stuff. It's actually so fire, opens the door, so much fun. Yeah, like it's really cool. Ooh. I heard Raph is looking at converting Luigi's Raceway. Ooh, that's sick. Let me get some supplies here while I'm here. I think this makes me take damage, right? Oh yeah. Oh my god, I did it again. Oh, think of that. I wonder if he's gonna have like where you can get weapon pickups. Like your weapon spawns are gonna be like where the item boxes are. Imagine that. Imagine if you could randomize that shit too. I mentioned it the other day, Merc, but I think a really cool thing that you could do is have like random weapon spawns. Yeah, like Cursed Halo. So like imagine if like your first weapon pickup, like let's say weapon spawn 1 is like a Falcon 2, you pick it up, and then weapon spawn 1, when it regens its weapon, it's now like a Slayer. Like just have it random every time you pick up, or you like it regens. Ooh, another mode I actually want to write down too is toggle. Oh fuck, he's right here. I could have just done that. Another option I'd love to see too that you could toggle is no weapon boxes. So it's exclusively just the weapon. There's no ammo boxes. Should be doable instead of weapons being static. Each weapon slot is just randomized between the 6. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But yeah, that's ultimately the dream when it comes to like some of these N64 and SNES games, is like having the ability to play with other people. Oh shit, can't go back in there. Can do this. BRB. Yeah, throw in the suggestions. Yeah, let me do that real quick. I think I already have the random weapons thing in suggestions. But let me throw in the other thing. There we go. I just threw that in there real quick. This is cool that you can always see a little sneak preview of, like, the boss arenas, too. I get to see Ridley a bit early. But then I still need to have the, not the Varia suit. I can't remember the name of it. No, I don't think it's Varia suit. But your final upgrade. Really does bring these games back to life, being able to do multi-world randomizers with Metroid and other games is so refreshing. Yeah, like Archipelago. That shit's really, really cool. Me and Merc are gonna do an Archipelago at some point. Originally I intended on doing one with him when I got back from vacation, but that's when he started working on the NetPlay stuff. So it got put on a little bit of a hiatus for now. But yeah, that shit's so cool. Oh, shit. I think I actually have Super Metroid as part of my Archipelago list, I think. Because they've got such a massive, like, variety. I think Donkey Kong 64 is in there as well, if I recall. What I did is I picked, because we're starting off small, because it's my first time doing it. I've seen them in the past and stuff, but, like, it's the first time I'm going to be playing through it. So I picked, like, a few, just one of each type of game. So I picked, like, a long game, a short game, and, like, a medium-sized game. And that's how we're going to be rolling for the first one, I believe. So yeah, there's that. Let's see, what am I missing? I'm up there. I need to go back and start exploring that segment. I know you can access that area up there a bit early. If you freeze that guy. I think I'm a little too far away for that. I'll let him thaw out. Where'd he go? Where did he go? Oh, he went up higher. Oh, yeah. Come on. Nope, he's gotten lower. Maybe he'll come back around. There we go. Got his ass. Shit. Oh, so close. Fuck. Ah. Oop, 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 oop. This actually may be better for me. There we go. I love that you could just cheese stuff like that. It makes the game so much more replayable. Thank you. There's a lot of skip stuff that I don't fully either remember or wasn't good at getting, but there is some stuff that I do still remember to this day. Okay, so go all the way back there. I'll try to go back up that way. Should be able to access that. One game I'd love to replay on stream at some point would be AM2R as well. I love that little project game to death. But I need to get it re-downloaded and stuff like that. It's a way to get almost anywhere with almost any loadout. Yeah, it's genuinely impressive. I do wonder if the leaks are true with the potential remaster of this game. I wonder if they're just gonna go like a 2.5D style, like the games like Live Alive and shit like that went, or if they're gonna try to do it like 3D. I wouldn't mind seeing it do like a 2.5D similar thing as that, like Octopath Traveler. I think that's like the only real way you could go with it. Is this game already, like, outside of some very small things that it could be fixed up, this game still holds up significantly well. So I genuinely don't really see what it could use. Maybe, like, I don't know, widescreen support, but even then, the levels are designed around not having widescreen. I'd still be very excited to see if it got something, but I generally just don't know what it could get. Oops, shit. I think its biggest downfall for modern times is it doesn't handhold you at all. Oh yeah, 100%. I would say as a flaw personally, same here. But it's at odds that way for newer games, yeah. Like, I think that's one of the big things that makes Super Metroid so special, is just finding out how everything works yourself. But for a lot of modern games, they do need to, like, design it for, like, the people who don't grasp anything, like that need the yellow paint and stuff. And I think stuff like having the ability to direct players into what to do is a valid thing to have, but I feel like something for, like, Super Metroid, for example, is just something it doesn't need. I think Zero Mission does it uh fairly decently, I want to say. It kind of like, it's still, I wish there was a way to opt out of getting direction on where to go in it. But I'm glad that it doesn't directly like make a path for you where you gotta go. It just tells you, hey, it's in this general area, figure out where you gotta go. Okay, that's another grapple spot I need to go to, which I have a feeling I'm close to getting the grapple hook again. Deckling gaming culture is different. When this came out, it's why I played over years. I didn't learn how to break tube for a long time. It's more one and done now, I feel. Yeah. Yeah, for me, it's like, there was so many different things about this game I just genuinely didn't know my first, like, I'd say, like, 5 playthroughs in. Oh, there's Crocomire. 100% this boss is getting changed around for for a remake. This thing traumatized the shit out of me first time I saw it. I was like, holy shit. And then he gets you over here too. Like, it's cool. You can see the bubbling. Like, he's walking underneath the thing. I was like, holy shit. Like, I think this boss fight does just such a wonderful job at making the world in this game just feel unsettling. Like, you can just really get thrown off. Throws a little bit of a curveball at you with that. I remember this area. I distinctly remember this area because I progressed a ton at one point, and I think I died in like the dumbest way, and I forgot to save on my first playthrough. And it set me back like 2 hours or some shit because I wasn't being good with my saving. At some point, once I finish up doing the Super Metroid streams too, I probably go through and play some of the other 2D Metroids as well, like Zero Mission and Fusion and stuff like that. I had a great time with Metroid Dread, but holy shit, it was a little too much for me to beat at the end. But I had a blast with that game. One day I'll actually beat the final boss areas and stuff like that. Oh yeah, this game's very good at that. It's like, oh yeah, you finally like got your grasp and your bearings on like what your abilities do and like how bosses work and how enemy interactions work. Nope, psych. I remember the gold chozos, I think they were a big skill check for me because I was so used to being like, oh okay, they're just chozos. It's like, why can't I damage them? Oh, shit. Oh my god. There we go. There's the grappling beam, finally. Yeah, I think I died like a few times to him on my first playthroughs. I'm like, what am I doing wrong? Funny enough, where I spent the most time playing Super Metroid was actually on my PlayStation Portable. I actually have it right here. Showing it off the other day. But I have like, I have this modded, and I was always playing Super Metroid on that. There's such a phenomenal little handheld console for it. Hey, welcome back, Merc. I got the grapple beam, fried Crocomire as a little treat. Got a little traumatized. Oh, shit. But yeah, well, I guess we'll find out in a few hours if we are gonna see the rest, Metroid Remaster, because allegedly it comes out, I think, what, it claimed this year? Something like that? So if they were to announce at any time, it would be now. So I can go back up there, get the item. Almost. Shit. If I recall, you can bounce, you can, like, wall jump off of that little thing, of that little ledge, I believe. Just requires me to actually land this jump. There we go. It's genuinely amazing how just well the texture art is for this game. Like, I can never state it enough. It just, like, it really makes you feel like you're in this, like, brutally humid and hot location. You can, like, almost feel the, you can feel the temperature and the humidity of each room. Like, especially that little warbly effect in the background that makes, like, everything look like it's sweltering and shit like that. It's like they did such a good job. Oh shit, I can actually go down and get this. Like, even some of the games that have, like, fantastic art direction, I feel like it's hard to tell how, like, the temperature is, or, like, the world that, like, how it actually feels, like you can imagine how it feels. But like with this, it's like I can tell exactly how each room is going to feel like, which is just such an amazing feat. Okay, so let's see. Still Ridley's thing. We start going back upwards. Let me save real quick so I don't mess up. Yeah, absolutely. It really does feel like that. Like, there's a few games that got me into doing art. Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, because I was obsessed with that game, or like that just franchise as a kid. Perfect Dark and Super Metroid, they were like the 3 games that really made me want to get into game design and like art and shit like that. Oops. And one of my first projects I ever worked on was a... let me get that real quick. Was a Metroidvania styled game, until I realized just how much you really do have to, like, you essentially have to make everything. I think that's one thing people who, like, general just gamers don't really realize, is like you're not just making like the characters and the enemies and the weapons, you're making like the backgrounds, the rocks, the little details that you don't think about, the UI, everything. And it's just like there's so much stuff that you just don't pay attention to until you're like making something yourself, and it's just like, oh fuck, like there's things that just feel like you would never pay attention to but are deliberate to a point that they're so well done that you don't pay attention to them. And like I'd made a boss room, a boss, a few concepts for bosses, the character, and a bunch of different template textures and stuff. But then I ended up like just being busy, and I lost the project, the time and stuff. I still have the original art book somewhere that I developed for it. I just need to go find where it's actually at. Also, let me read this. As much of an eye roll it is, I truly believe this game is a timeless game, not Ocarina, nowhere near. This game is Nintendo's magnum opus. Yeah, agreed. Like, this is such a near perfect game that, like, just holds up. Graphically, gameplay-wise, world building, you name it. Like, it's just impressive. Which way am I heading now? I think I'm gonna start going that way, I think. And now, I think I have the ability to go that way now. So much work, and the worst of it is, the better it is, the less it gets noticed. Just felt that's the same thing with UI. A good UI is shit you never notice. You can tell the second it's a bad UI by the fact that you register. That's like, hey, that doesn't look right. Let me jump back up here. But yeah, this game was one of the sole things that got me into doing texture art. And for the longest time, like, I actually incorporate that stuff that I learned from working on a Metroidvania game for GoldenEye and Perfect Dark mods. Because that's what I do nowadays, is I make mods. Let me see where I'm at real quick. And I wouldn't have fully learned how deliberate each pixel can be if it wasn't for trying to work on a, like, 2D game where, like, every single pixel matters. Pretty sure I just went the wrong way. Yeah, there we go. See here. I believe I can just drop all the way down, I think. Before I go any further, am I going the right way? I think I am. Yeah, I used to do a bunch of traditional art, and then I'd been using my first ever art program I was using was this really, really limited platform called Piskel. But honestly, I really like having limitations. When you give me more tools to work with, the more overwhelmed I get. Oh fuck, I don't have this anyway. Pretty sure I get it. I think I get the Varia suit or something like that over that way. I got lost because I was yapping a bit. But with me, I like having limitations. When you give me, like, the world, I don't know what to do with it. I'd much rather you give me, like, a chunk of something. Because I can make so much more. Like, when I used to do drawing, I was considered the best artist in, my school. To a point that, like, my art teacher actually had funded me. Because he had found out, like, we didn't have too much money and stuff like that. And he ended up giving me his entire art supply collection that he had. Because he used to let me borrow them and stuff like that all the time. But, like, honestly, where I shined the best was when I just had exclusively a lead pencil and paper. Once I started getting, like, the bigger supplies, then I felt like there was more pressure. It was like, oh man, this stuff's expensive, and the paper's expensive, and I had to properly cut it down. But when, I just have a very limited palette of what I can do, I'm able to perform with so much more stuff. See, yeah, that's been a big learning curve for me. It's amazing how much one bad pixel can change a piece. Yeah, absolutely. We can also capture so much in it. It's genuinely impressive. Like, the best example, too, is, like, Dracula from Castlevania Symphony of Night. It's an overused example, but it's true. Like, just having that one pixel of red goes such a long way for CRT scan filter, or not scan lines and stuff. But yeah, he was wonderful. I'd love to be able to meet up with him again. I think he moved like a few states away after I graduated. I still actually have all of his original art supplies and everything. Oh yeah, 100% agreed. They're paid so terribly, especially here in the States. It's bad. They get paid literally nothing. It's just over a little bit over like minimum wage essentially. And then they also have to pay for all of their supplies. So like any pencils that you see in the schools, they have to pay for, and it's just ridiculous. There was an English teacher we had. She was fantastic. Like one of the best English teachers you could ever have. Um and she had actually lived in another state. So like she had to pay double tax. She had to pay the state, her state's tax, and then that state's tax. And she was quite literally just making nothing. She was just teaching for the love of it. And it's just so ashamed that, or so ashamed that like people are exploited for stuff they love doing. But yeah, she was phenomenal. But yeah, I'll never forget that art teacher. Um, exploiting more than 16-year-olds, it really is. So I realized I completely went the wrong way. I think I gotta go back up to Meridia at this point. Yeah, no, I gotta go back over to the ghost ship and shit like that. I've just been kind of having a fun time yapping and playing through. I've not been paying attention. I think that's a specialty to it too, is like you can get lost and it's like it's up to you to kind of remember stuff, and there's so many landmarks you can just remember. But yeah, I'll never forget that arts teacher because like I was kind of used to like kind of like I didn't really have any teachers that were ever on my side and stuff. So I was always kind of like I just brushed stuff off, and also just not having like the best childhood. I was always very much like I didn't really rely on anyone. And I still remember thinking like with this art teacher, I thought he was like personally attacking things I do. Like he'd come over and I'd have a drawing and he'd come over, he's like, "Oh, it's like it looks like it needs some more shading." And like at the time I was pissed. I was like, "Oh yeah, what the fuck you mean it needs more shading? Like this thing's great." And I was like, "You know what? I'll show you. I'll shade this real good. Yeah, it needs more shading." And then I shaded it a lot and I'm like, "Oh fuck." Like he was actually right. Like he wasn't trying to be like hurtful. He was trying to just give me advice. And yeah, he was wonderful. And it was funny too because generally the stuff that people were learning, like keep in mind too, this is senior high. This is 12th grade. Um I shit you not, what the school wanted kids to be learning for art school or for the art class was borderline coloring in the lines. Like that was the actual like curriculum. It was just like, oh yeah, make random shapes and then color it in. But what he did is he was like, fuck that. He had the whole rest of the class doing that. But for me, he had his own curriculum just for me that was just teaching me a bunch of different stuff. Like I learned how to shade, I learned how to do different tones with coloring, and all kinds of just different stuff. But the one big thing that I always struggled with, the thing he always pushed for was coming up with stuff on your own, which was like not looking at like references, just coming up with it on your own. But with me, Merc would know this, I don't have the ability to picture stuff in my head. So that was just a nightmare to try to learn. But what I learned instead was the ability to take things, use it as a reference, but not the original source material itself. For example, let's say I wanted to take like I don't have anything close range to me. But like let's say I wanted to make like a weapon for a game. but I can't use a weapon as a reference itself. What I could do is I would take a water bottle and then hold it a certain way and use that as a reference of like, oh, it's like an alien tech. And I actually ended up translating that over to some of my original designs. So that's how I ended up learning to work without references. And I'm still technically using a reference, but not for like the intended thing. Like, you're not going to see a weapon out of a water bottle. But no, he was probably like one of the best people I ever had like growing up with. And I still have like, it's literally its own, I bought its own little case too that just has all those original supplies I had gotten. Because like, it was probably 700 different like markers and paint supplies and brushes and stuff like that. And those things were expensive. Like, each marker I think was like 17 bucks a piece at the time. Because he had been moving away anyway, and even if he wasn't, he said he still wanted to give them to me. He kind of just realized the school that he was teaching for just was kind of just a dead-end school. Because where I had moved to is kind of just like a really poor place. And it was just really, really bad. Like, the curriculum was extremely dumbed down, because it was kind of like, good luck if you even graduate here, because most people just didn't care to. And it was a clip art school. Best way I can put it. If you don't know what a clip art school is, it's a school that's too poor to have its own mascot or logo, so they just pull one off Google. And it's a shame, because everyone there deserves so much better. Like, the reason why the schools fail so much is because they're not willing to put any effort into their kids and their teachers and stuff. And it's such a shame. Like, they're just destined to fail because they were never given a chance to begin with. But I think he ended up moving away because of that. And that school was just also just a nightmare. Oh, 100%. Like, they have it so rough, especially nowadays. People are always so quick to judge children. Like, oh, look, children nowadays aren't as good as children back then. It's like, yeah, but generally, children don't have the same world that we had. Children don't have the same attention that was given to us as, like they do now. Like, so many times they're just kind of given, like, something thrown their way and told to, like, leave like parents or like guardians or teachers alone. An entire generation of kids just didn't wake up one day and just decide to be the way they are just because for shits and giggles. There's reasons for it. If I can get in here. Hey, there we go. So I'm just not fully reading your comment now with that. Through a clever solution, I also struggle with seeing things in my brain. Yeah, it's rough. It's just like, there's so many things I have ideas on, and then it's just like gone. I get to see like the outline of my idea, and then it just immediately just like evaporates in my brain. But like, generally, if I didn't have somebody like him who was willing to give somebody like me a shot as a kid, I probably would have never really grown too much with my art abilities. And unfortunately, I never really went too much farther with my art as I just did that again. Oops. Because I realized I tried to go into a career with it, and it just made me miserable. Because, like, if you take your hobby and then you turn it into a full-time career, you kind of lose the love of it. So I purposely just keep my stuff limited. But, I was able to learn so much just through the short time I had with him. And it would have been shit I would never really grasp or, like, understood without somebody willing to be there for somebody who's just trying to learn. Okay, there we go. Make sure I don't do that again. There we go. When it comes to drawing and coming up with mediums and stuff, for me, I've always liked utilizing the world around me. There we go. One day I'd love to get more into doing more serious texture work stuff, but at the moment I still just kind of have fun just messing around. Another big thing for me that kind of got me out of drawing for a while was when I was a manager. I was working 2 jobs and I just never had time to really draw, and I have fairly bad vision, so it was like my eyesight was catching up very quickly with my artistic ability, and I wasn't able to see like things close up. I wasn't able to really see like fine details, and it would frustrate me so much because I was like, man, like I'm missing out on these things that like other professional artists would be able to do. But it started eating away at me because I'm like, man, I'm not really like growing with my art skill because of my limitations. All right, there's no power. And I didn't really have any means of like digital art. Like I didn't have any way, and I also just didn't really have too much knowledge with digital stuff. I was like, I thought you would have to have like really expensive gear, because like back then you used to have to, like it was so expensive to get into it. And I was just kind of like, I just put my art stuff on the back burner. But it was probably like half a decade ago, I'd say at this point, is I learned about like just being able to use like a smartphone with like a stylus. So like, I kid you not, I do all of my art right through my phone because it comes with a stylus. And what's nice too is just the fact that you can zoom in. Like that was such a game changer for me, was being able to zoom in to the things you're working on so you can see the fine details. It's great. The more you mess around and learn, the better places you'll be if you decide to do more with it. Yeah, agreed. And like too, like with me, once I start getting to like the late stage with an art direction, oh shit, is when I start getting more frustrated. So I'm like, oh, I'm not improving as quickly as I should be or as I want to be. At least when I was younger. So a good thing I learned to do was learn new mediums. Every time I start getting it up to that like 80 to 90% range of like completion of that art, or like of that art medium, I'll move on to something else, and it always keeps me learning something fresh, learning something new. So I remember he can't, if you hit him with super missiles, he gets angry. I do gotta remember that. I also gotta remember I can press Y to cancel out my abilities. Always unsettling how he just appears. So I'll read, I think I just saw a comment up here. I'll read it in just a minute. And then it appears. Let's see, I want him to give me some health. But yeah, for art medium, like I learned that's like learning so many new things, like just keeps everything fresh. And that's generally a philosophy I like to carry out throughout my life too, is just like, while it's nice to kind of be comfortable in the one format or one form of comfortability, it's nice to be able to learn new things and like explore new things, because you may find things you may like more than what you're currently doing. Like for the longest time I loved doing traditional art, but I didn't give like other art forms a chance. So I'm like, well, I'm comfortable with this, why would I move on to something else? And then when I moved on to pixel art, I found out just how much more I loved doing pixel art over over traditional. And I would have never really known if I didn't reach out and try to like learn new mediums. And then there's gonna be things that you don't like either. Like I thought I'd like painting. I'm not good at painting. Painting is the one thing I'm not good at all. Also, I should be safe enough. I shouldn't have to worry about dying to him. Yeah, there we go. Alright, let me read these now. If that's true, Pen 2 dislikes supers very much. That's a great outlook. There's a ton of crossover skills that take advantage of that way. Yeah, that too. I think one of the hardest mediums to learn as an artist is doing pixel art, because you essentially have to take everything you've learned and throw it out the door. There's so many different unique things that are tied to pixel art that you would never expect. Like as we were talking about earlier, like every pixel matters. The more, like normally with art, it's important to have things be like more detailed and shit like that, more like expressive, but like if you are too expressive, then it looks too wide or too out of place. So let me save before I mess up. Wrong room. But I'd probably say my favorite medium overall would probably be like just the pixel art. It's so much fun. And there's generally no standards between like not everything needs to be 8-bit. That's the thing I think a lot of people get wrong too, is like not everything has to be like the lowest amount of pixels possible. It can be anything. It can be like massive drawings and stuff. There we go. Got my map now. I enjoy the minimalization aspect of pixel art. When you can capture a feeling or unique feature in 2 or 3 pixels, it's the best feeling. Yeah, fully agreed. It's very satisfying. In the same way I feel about like old 3D graphics too. It's just impressive how much you can capture with how little you're allowed to actually work with. Like Donkey Kong 64, for example, it's genuinely impressive how amazing that game looks with such a limited amount of polygons and texturing that they can do. Same goes for like Perfect Dark. Ooh, actually, let me try to go into this door. There we go. It's like you won't believe like just how well things look, and then you look like deep in, like you look at their poly counts or their tries or the pixels that they're working with. It's like, holy fuck. Like, what do you mean this whole weapon uses like 3 textures and they're like 32 by 32 textures, or like a 16 by 64, or like a 28 by 28. Like, it's just impressive. They really leaned into the limitations with those games. Yeah. Oops, wrong way. I need to get some health again. There we go, there's some health. I don't think I'm actually going to be able to jump over this. There we go. One thing I'd love to see is just like a revival of that limited like 3D with the verti shading and stuff like that, because like half the battle too for like old games with their texture art is the ability thanks. Half the battle with like old Nintendo 64 games too is like their verti shading. Like a lot of Rareware games just look unbelievably beautiful because of their utilization of the verti shading and stuff. That's generally been one of my favorite things when it comes to working on mods, is doing the shading and everything like that. I don't believe I'll actually be able to do this. Oops, that was a bad start. No, I think I moved too slow for that. Oh, oh, aw. Like, almost. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm able to bounce off of that, though. Maybe a little too slow to do that. Yeah, I'm gonna say I'm just a little too slow for that. Attempt this again. Unless I'm missing something. I may be doing something wrong here. I have a feeling I'm probably gonna need the last suit for this. Most certainly sure I do. Unless there's something I'm missing over this way. But I'm pretty sure I actually do have to go back, unfortunately. Let me check. Alright. Yeah, I won't be surprised if I have to go back up that way. I think I just came here a bit early. That spike room wasn't so good. Oh yeah, how much damage it outputs too. It's like, holy shit. You think you'll be fine, and then you, like, bounce off into the spikes a few times. It's like, oh fuck, that's all my health. I think I've watched a few speedrunners lose their runs right there too. I think there's one beam ability I can use that recovers health, but I don't think you get that until later on. That or I just completely missed it. There we go. Falling spike platforms can clip into you and damage every frame. Yeah, I bet. That's terrifying. Oh, wait, I think I'm actually... Yeah, I'm back outside here now. I'm gonna avoid going back out this way just in case I fuck up. And make sure my auto backup's on too. Yeah, cool, perfect. Got just a little bit to spare, just in case. Ooh. There we go. Love how silly these little robots are. All that for a missile tank. Going back, I think I'm just going to just spam a bunch of the missile or the power bombs. There we go. Alright, get me out of here for now, I guess. I'll attempt to go back out this way first. But I have a feeling I'm missing something big in there. Oops, wrong thing. Ow. I think you end up using this speed boost to go out here, if I recall. And then you launch somewhere. At the moment, I don't remember exactly where that's at. So the music here is, like, just phenomenal. Really sets the mood. I think there's a little secret area here. There we go. I think this area can actually, like, drop you down and shit, too, if you're not careful. Oh, finally a regen. It's not as fantastical as the 5 little demon-looking enemies, but I'll take it. Take a little bit more now. Let me see what's in here. It's such a wonderful feeling just not remembering where some items are again. It used to be so predictable. It's like, okay, go this way, get this item, go this way, get this item. But now it's like, fuck, where is the suit? There's a few other games I've avoided playing for years again, just so I could kind of experience it in a fresh light. Oh, there we go. There we go. I do remember he walks you through this. Oh man. There we go, gravity suit. Samus used to be one of my mains in Smash 4 when I used to play competitive. And the gravity suit was always the one bowling to Rizzo. The gravity suit was always the skin I always went with. I love that it drops you right into the water too, so you get to experience firsthand just how much better the gravity suit is for it. Let me make sure I got everything in here. Yep, that's everything. Resident Evil 1's another game, now I think about it, that I haven't touched in a long time because I want to re-experience it all for the first time again. Yeah, Resident Evil 1, like, the first Resident Evil game I ever watched was Resident Evil 2. My childhood friend used to play it a lot, and, I used to watch him play through it. But, Resident Evil 1, the original PlayStation 1 version, was the one I actually played first. And despite how clunky and, weirdly developed that game is, it's still probably my favorite, like, fixed camera Resident Evil game. Though as much as I love Resident Evil 2, I do think Resident Evil 2 is way better than 1, but I still really love 1. But I'm thinking of replaying that at some point on stream as well. Is there anything in here I'm missing right now? Actually, I should not go this way. There's nothing here for me. I have to turn back around. Oops. Twilight Princess is another one that I haven't played in years. There's still a handful of things I remember in that game, but that's also a bigger game that I was waiting to replay. Realistically, I pretty much got everything over here. I think this will just be more to pick up grappling hook stuff if I've missed it. Yeah, could have just went down that way to Brinstar. I honestly should have, but I didn't think about that. So, actually, wait. I see. Over here. Let me try to get this room. Oh, never mind. Instantly realized what that room is the second I opened it. Hey, Zika. Hey, it's Zika. Hope you're doing well today, my friend. Hey, I got an excuse why I came back here, so I can listen to this music again. Okay, let me see where I'm at. I can pick up that again. I think I gotta go this way? I may be missing the proper beam for this, though. Yeah, that way's not right. There we go. This DOS saw that. Holy fuck. I saw Brandon had his morning stream with the Slick Wolf. Such as the Slick Wolf. So we'll go back this way. I think I actually already completed that, right? I'm gonna try this again. Yeah, I already got it. I got it early. Oh, I think I remember what I gotta do. I gotta do like a spin. Pretty sure. No, I see it. I see the thing over there. Zika, have you done any more of that fast food simulator? Okay, I still can't go into that room then. Except found some dust under the freezer. Yeah, let me attempt going over there, because I think I can now. I'm surprised I didn't get hit by that that flyer. I do remember there's one section in this game that has a broken X-ray scanner. I don't remember how you even use this thing. There we go. I remember there being one section that has a broken X-ray. Because it's like the engine's limitations or something like that. Oh, fuck. I was jumping down here thinking I was gonna see a secret, but no. The secret was pain. One of the few issues I have with the later Metroid games, like the later 2D Metroid games, even though I love them to death, is they don't feel like, they don't feel like a full-on adventure compared to like this, because you just get so many different items and upgrades. Like with Fusion, like all your upgrades for your missiles just kind of stack. Where it's like this, you can see all your different missiles, your bombs, and then your extra stuff, your extra utilities. And it makes sense why, like, the Game Boy Advance ones have, or don't have them. They just feel more, they feel more bite-sized. Alright, let's see where I'm at. Let's see. So I gotta go down there for Norfair. I always go through Meridia, too. But yeah, I can't imagine how much of a pain it would have been to go through, like, so many different, upgrades and items and shit like that, on a Game Boy Advance with only, like, 4 buttons, essentially. So I'm glad they don't have them, but it still just feels like, it's like, man, it is really cool to have, like, a ton of different things in your arsenal at once. Let me save here. Like, honestly, I believe I can just beeline it for Ridley right now, but it'd be nice to get some extra stuff along the way and do a little bit of here first. Are you sure you're not desynced right now? I love when Brandon, when somebody desyncs, he's like, "What's wrong with you? I smoke you." So much better running through the water now. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. There we go. Oh, that subtle little hint, too, that there's stuff over here. Just stuff like that. It's just so cool. It's like it makes everything feel intentionally placed. It doesn't feel like enemies are just placed at random just for the fun of it. Everything feels polished. Everything feels like smartly designed. Ah, it's one of them. Fuck, that's a bit of a... I don't even know how I'd be able to do that. Shit. Oh, so I'll probably go for just a little... Oh, fuck. Oops. I'll probably just go for a little bit more, and then I'll call it there for now. I definitely feel my stuff starting to get hungry. Plus, I want to make sure I have a little bit of downtime before I go to work. There we go. I don't remember if there's anything over here. Nah. Yeah, I'll go a little bit further, and then I'll call it there. It is a lot of fun. I'm glad I decided to play some more Super Metroid tonight. So, by the time I wrap up my Donkey Kong 64 playthrough on the Switch, I'll also be wrapping up my Super Metroid playthrough. That'll leave me open for 2 more longer Forden games. And then probably once the mod retro and stuff comes out, at the end of this month, I'll probably be doing some stuff with that too. Hey, nice little recharge station. A little refill nest or whatever they're called. Yeah, probably this next save point, I'll call it there. I can start feeling myself like losing a little bit of energy, and I always want to kind of keep like a good amount of energy when streaming. Oh yeah, absolutely. It was really good meeting you, Mikachu. I'm glad that we were able to chat for as long as we did, and it was nice having somebody who like speedruns a bunch of this game come in. So I very much appreciate you for tuning in. I'll try to do more of the playthrough around this time when I stream next. So generally this would be around my stream time. So if you're up around this, I'll always be around for streams. Sometimes I like to stream like in the middle of my day, so like around 2 p.m. my time, which would be like 11 hours from now, but most times I stream around the 11 to midnight area. But yeah, for this session, I've gotten pretty far through it, all things considered. I did get lost a few times, but that's the fun in it. It's fun kind of just walking and existing in this world. I gotten a good chunk of abilities, still got way more to go, more reserve tanks and everything like that. But that will definitely be for next stream. I definitely think I will have everything beaten on my 3rd stream for this. But yeah, thank you all very much for watching. Trying to think if there's anything else last second. I'll have more videos out for Merc's NetPlay branch of Perfect Dark PC port. I just released one today. And I'll have some more stuff showing off more modes, showing off more behind the scenes stuff, and some NetPlay matches. My next stream after this will probably be some more DK64, wrap that whole thing up, followed up by some more Super Metroid. But on that note, I hope y'all have a wonderful rest of your day, and y'all take care. Bye-bye.